It's a beautiful sunny day in Pembroke, North Carolina, here on the campus of UNCP. A non-conference matchup between the UNCP Braves and the Wolves of Newberry. PD Powers here with you on the Braves Broadcast Network. Newberry Wolves coming to this one with a 13-6 record, while the Braves of UNCP are 17-6. Both these teams coming in on a one-game losing streak, so trying to break that little skid and see what they can do. We'll get you the Newberry lineup to start. Obviously, they'll be coming up to the plate first. Leading off for the Wolves, it'll be the right fielder, number 33, Christina Linton. In the 2 spot, the second baseman, number 15, Natalie Willis. Batting third, it's the shortstop, Haley Draw. In the cleanup spot, it's the designated player, freshman Haley Simon. She's a big-time player for them, leading this team in all the Triple Crown categories. And we'll get you the rest of the lineup as things go along here in Pembroke. Not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful day here on a Thursday for some softball action, Division II softball. And we'll see Newberry 13-6, like we mentioned, and the Braves 17-6. This is a non-conference battle. Newberry out of the SAC and the Braves out of the Peach Belt Conference. And starting things off for the Wolves, it'll be the right fielder, number 33, Christina Linton. Linton, a .323 hitter coming to this one, has played in 19 games, started all 19 of those games, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs. And the senior will lead things off. Abby Walters in the circle for the Braves. First pitch from Walters is outside for ball 1. Abby Walters on the year, 12 appearances, 12 games started. She's thrown 7 complete games. She is 9-2 and has a 1.71 ERA. Abby Walters, we'll see her in the circle. And obviously a big player at the plate as well for the Braves. Her second pitch on the ground is second. Watkins can't get a hold of this one, and it will be a leadoff hit. So that one gets through. And Linton will lead things off, getting on base. The second baseman, Natalie Willis, will come to the dish. Willis hitting .426, the sophomore second baseman. Another one of these table setters at the top of this lineup. We'll talk a lot about Haley Simons, the designated player in that cleanup spot. And she's got some players ahead of her that can really get on base and give her a good opportunity to drive in the runs. And Willis definitely one of those players. She's going to try and get the bunt down. She does. Brown tries to get this one. And tough play for Eden Brown. Kind of ate her up. And 2 hitters up, 2 hitters on. So Haley Draw will come to the plate. Shortstop hitting over 300 on the year so far, .327. That was ruled an error on Eden Brown, so 2 runners on now. And Draw at the plate. First pitch from Walters. Must have been a little outside for ball 1. Draw on the year. No home runs, 13 RBIs. She's also 5 for 5 on stolen bases. Hitting .419 with runners on base. The pitch. One's on the ground. Going to be a tough play for Watkins. That one gets through. Run will come in. Just like that, the Wolves are on the board. Tough play with the base runner there. Watkins tried to field that one, and the umpires are going to have a little discussion here. We'll see what happens. Runners did get to first and third after ball got through Watkins, and the run, obviously, 1 run came in. So a little talk here. Not really sure if it was they're going to call the runner's interference or not. It was a tough play regardless. Watkins was going to have to charge. And more of a little conversation out there. We'll see what happens after this one. Obviously, Newberry wants to get on the scoreboard quick. This first inning has been one of the innings where Abby Walters has struggled. Obviously, you look at that ERA, a 1.71 ERA, and she's been stellar all season. But the first inning has been a little bit of an Achilles heel. And still having that conversation. Obviously, this is a big call on this one. And runner's interference is always a tough call to make, just because that play, you know, Watkins was trying to come up and field it, and that's what she could really do. And we'll see what happens here. And the runner is going to get called out. So it looks like the call will be the runner that was on first, Linton, the leadoff hitter. She'll go back to third. Runner that was on first, the number 2 hitter, Willis. She'll get called out, so we'll have runners on the corners. Run will not count, so Linton will go back to third. Runners on the corners now, and the run didn't score, so 1 out in the inning now. So 1 out. Haley Simons will come to the dish. Simons leading the team in batting average, leading the team in home runs, RBIs. Really good player, freshman. She'll face Walters here. She'll square around to bunt. She can't get it down. Runner will advance to second. Nelson's throw down, not in time. So assuming that bunt she wasn't actually trying to get that bunt down, just trying to help the runner out, getting to second. So it'll be runners on second and third now for Simons. And Simons hitting .619 with runners in scoring position on the year. 5 home runs. Obviously a big part of this lineup right in that cleanup spot, the freshman designated player. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss for strike 2. Good location there from Abby, and obviously does have the 1 out. Hasn't actually gotten a hitter out yet, but Simons, a big run producer in this lineup. Rachel Marion on deck, another freshman. 2 freshmen right in the middle of this order. The 0-2. Outside, it'll be ball 1. Linton on third, draw on second. Simons at the plate. Walters will look in for the sign from Tony Nelson. And here comes the 1-2. Trying to find that outside corner with the off speed. Not there. It'll be 2-2. Good job up there at the plate. Good approach from Simons. We're working this count back to even. Simons with those 5 homers. Walters in the circle for UNCP has 7 of her own. Pitch to Simons is fouled away, so we'll do it again. 2-2, still the count. The 2 real power threats in this game doing battle here in the first inning. Two the count. Leroy Pickney behind the plate for this one. Tommy Lewis out in the field. And Walters fires, and this one will be fouled away, so we'll do it all over again. Still 2-2 count. Simons battling Abby Walters here. Abby Walters thrown 61 2/3 innings this year. Struck out 47 hitters, and obviously a strikeout would be huge here with only 1 out in the inning. The pitch. This one's back up the middle. Watkins will field a throw over to first, so Newberry will get on the board. But 2 outs in the inning now, and a runner on third. I'll bring up the catcher, Rachel Marion. Marion, a .340 hitter. No homers, 13 ribbies. She'll dig into that right-handed batter's box. Try and get another run here for Newberry. And good start for them getting that 1 on the board, but obviously with the early success, you want to try and keep pounding on here. First pitch. That one's in there for a strike. Three freshmen in the starting lineup for the Wolves. Simons is one of them. The catcher, Marion, and number 8 hitter, Tori Caldwell. The 0-1. It's on the ground a second again. Watkins is going to get another opportunity. She fields this one and fires over to first for the final out of the inning. So 1 run across the board here for Newberry in the top of the first. We'll see if UNCP can answer. You're watching Braves softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves will come to the plate here, bottom of the first inning. We'll get you the UNCP lineup here. Leading off for the Braves is third baseman Jamie Johnson, hitting .384 on the year. Really big time player to get on base for the Braves at the top of this order. In the 2 spot, it's the right fielder Haley Epperson. Batting third, the dangerous Abby Walters. In the cleanup spot, it's the shortstop, number 6, Taylor Gerhardt. Batting fifth, the hot-hitting freshman, Alex Watkins. In the 6th spot, it's the designated player in this one, freshman number 3, Caitlin Norton. Batting seventh, the first baseman, Eden Brown. 8th, it's the center fielder, Ashley Mason. And in the 9 hole, it's the left fielder, Lexi Cox. In the circle for the Wolves, it's going to be Devin Morrison. Morrison 8-2 on the year. She's pitched in 12 games, started 9 of them, and she has a 2.30 ERA on the year so far. And Devin Morrison, over those 64 innings pitched, she's striking out 55 hitters, so she can definitely strike a batter out. And we'll see Jamie Johnson leading things off. She's a tough player to strike out herself. She's only striking out 7 times this year. And Jamie leading off innings, hitting .606. Also a real threat to steal a bag when she gets on. She's got 18 of them so far on the season. So Johnson, Epperson, and Walters due up here in the bottom of the first inning. Braves trail by 1. Our first chance to see the black and gold at the plate. Braves in the gold and black uniforms, gold tops, black pants. Newberry in the red and white. And the first pitch to Johnson is in there for a strike. Nice off-speed pitch to start things off for Devin Morrison. She has struggled against leadoff hitters so far this year. .349 average for leadoff hitters against Devin Morrison, but she's been real solid so far this season, and excited to see her pitch the game 1 here. That one's going to be outside for ball 1. And just looking at some of the pitchers on this team, a lot of talented arms Newberry can turn to. 1-1 is the count. Jamie Johnson at the plate. And the pitch. Nice job finding that inside spot there for Devin Morrison, and Johnson falls behind 1-2. And the pitch. That one's on the ground to second. Willis fields this one cleanly and throws over to first for the first out of the inning. So Johnson grounds out to second to start things for the Braves, and Haley Epperson will come to the plate. Haley Epperson, .365 batting average so far. And Epperson will dig in and get ready to go. First pitch to her. Just outside for ball 1. Haley Epperson's hit 2 home runs this year, driven in 16. And another player at the top of this order that can steal a bag. She's 9 for 11 on the year. The 1-0. On the ground at third. That one gets foul. Braves have a lot of speed at the top of this batting order. One of the things Coach Bennett loves to do is be aggressive out in the base pass. And obviously with all these stolen base tallies at the top of the order, you can tell that they get on. They're trying to take a base. They're trying to be aggressive out there, and it's exciting to watch. Pitch. Off speed. Epperson gets under this one. Second baseman Willis will get under it for the second out of the inning. Both second basemen so far have been heavily involved in this one. Watkins made a few plays in the first, and now Willis has the first 2 outs for Newberry here in the bottom of the first. And Abby Walters will come to the plate now. Abby Walters won the D2 National Player of the Year award a couple weeks back, and obviously hitting .520 with 7 homers, 30 RBIs. She hasn't stopped. She's just kept going, and that train just keeps moving. Pitch on the ground to short. Draw's going to have a play at this one, and she makes it. And we're through 1 here. Newberry still leads 1-0. We'll be back here for the bottom of the second, top of the second shortly. You're watching Braves softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves in the new gold Adidas uniforms today. And Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all of their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. Back here for the top of the second inning, we'll see Miranda Dills leading things off, the first baseman for the Wolves, a 286 hitter. She's hit 1 home run on the year, and she's driven in 8 runs so far. Dills, Van Anna, and Caldwell due up for the Wolves. 6, 7, 8 in the Newberry batting order. First pitch in there on the outside corner for strike 1. Abby Walters, quick worker out there in the circle. When she gets into a groove here, she'll get moving fast, and she'll look in to the sign from Tony Nelson and deliver. One's low for ball 1. Dills at the plate, not an everyday starter for this Newberry team. She's played in 14 games, started in 11, so when she does see the field, she's normally in that starting lineup. And the 1-1, she fouls away. 1-2 will be the count. This one's inside for ball 2. Two sophomores in the starting lineup for Newberry, the second baseman Willis and the first baseman Dills. They've got a good mixture of an upperclassman on this team, and this one's on the ground at first. Nice job by Brown to snare that one for the first out of the inning. So Vanetta will come to the plate. Junior hitting 111 so far this year, trying to break out of a little early season slump. No homers, 2 ribbies on the season. And Vanetta will dig in. That one's in there for a strike. Good movement on that one from Abby. One thing about Abby Walters so far this year is she's given up some base hits. Most of them are just singles. She's only allowed 7 doubles on the year, and that's it as far as extra base hits go. No home runs, no triples. So a lot of the damage done against her is maybe stringing a couple singles together. Not a lot of hard hit balls, and obviously that first inning proved that. Just a couple of ground balls, a few tough plays for the Braves infielders, and the run got across. That one's in there for a strike. Good swing and a miss pitch from Walters, and 1-2 is the count. And the 1-2. One's high, so count will go back even, 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Walters gets Vanetta on the strikeout. And 2 outs in the inning now. And Caldwell will come to the plate. Tori Caldwell, the starting left fielder, freshman. Hitting 188 on the year. The lefty will step in. Caldwell, another player, doesn't play every day for this Newberry team. And she's played in 14 games, started 4. So her 5th start of the season here today at UNCP. First pitch on the ground at third. Johnson fields this one, fires across the diamond for the final out of the inning. 1-0 is the score. We'll head to the bottom of the second. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back here for the bottom of the second inning. 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Braves. Taylor Gerhardt, Alex Watkins, and Caitlin Norton. And we'll get a chance to see Taylor Gerhardt dig in here to lead things off. Gerhardt, .438 batting average on the season. Real constant force in this lineup. Junior shortstop out of New Jersey. Shout out to anyone watching up in New Jersey today. You know we got a huge fan base up there and Taylor's parts. And first pitch to her was a strike. Taylor Gerhardt, great glove out there at shortstop. Also definitely a big force at the plate. 1 home run, 28 RBIs on the season. Also has 7 stolen bases. So 0-1 is the count. Gerhardt at the dish. And the pitch. Another swing and a miss from Gerhardt, so count will move to 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch. That one's outside. Devin Morrison had a quick first inning, under 10 pitches. Trying to make quick work of the Braves cleanup hitter here. 1-2 is the count. And the pitch. Fouled away, so we'll do it again. 1-2 still the count. Looking at the statistics, Devin Morrison, as far as the ERA goes, not even the top pitcher for Newberry. Emily Marchbanks has a 1.91 ERA, and she's 5-4. Must have taken a couple tough luck losses there. That one's high from Morrison, but obviously with 2 pitchers with that low of an ERA, definitely some aces out there. And Braves with Abby Walters and Mallory Leviner, two solid pitchers. So we should see some good pitching out here, and that's always fun to watch. The 2-2. This one's in the air. Gonna get down, and Gerhardt will take second. It's gonna roll all the way out to the wall. So Gerhardt will lead things off here with a double in the bottom of the second. Taylor Gerhardt with the leadoff double will bring Alex Watkins to the plate. Watkins, the freshman, hitting .460 on the season, and whether it's playing second base or behind the plate, she's been in this lineup almost every day now and been a real force. The freshman has 2 home runs, 12 ribbies, and just does her job at the plate. .429 average with runners in scoring position for Watkins. And the first pitch to her. On the ground is second. Willis is going to have a shot at this one. She'll field it, throw to first for the out. Watkins gets the job done, moving Gerhardt to third. And then I'll bring Caitlin Norton up. Norton, another freshman, .412 batting average on the year. And between 5, 6, and 7, Braves have three freshmen in a row. And Caitlin Norton, the second of that trio. She'll get a chance to drive in the first run of the game for the Braves, maybe tie this one up. Norton will play a little second base, a little third base, and serve as a designated player for the Braves. And she's the DP here in game 1. Pitch on the ground, but fouled away. Caitlin Norton, one of the toughest Braves to strike out on the year so far. She only has 3, so she's going to try and put the ball in play no matter what. And so far, she's had a lot of success. Played in 20 games this year, started 10 of them. And the 0-1. One's well outside. Hitter's only hitting .194 against Morrison with runners. She's got runners on base, so she's done a good job when she's had to make a tough pitch. And here comes the 1-1. It's on the ground a second. Gerhardt got a late jump, and she's thrown out at the plate. Couldn't really make up her mind there, and Willis with a great throw retires Gerhardt at the plate. So Norton will stand on first. Run thrown out. And tough play there for Gerhardt. Didn't get a good read off the bat. That'll bring up Eden Brown. So Braves can't take advantage of that leadoff double by Gerhardt. Now with a runner on first and 2 outs in the inning, Eden Brown will try and get things going here. .314 hitter on the season. First pitch, and therefore a strike. Morrison mentioned great with runners on base, even better with 2 outs. She's got a one. Hitters are only hitting 138 against her with 2 outs in the innings, and the runner's off. Good throw by the catcher, and Norton will get in there. Almost slides past the bag. So she'll take second. Caitlin Norton so far in the year. That's her 7th stolen base. Now our runner in scoring position out there for Eden Brown. The 1-1. Fouled away, so count will move to 1-2. Eden Brown this season so far been better in the crunch time situations with runners on base and 2 outs. Higher batting average in those 2 spots than her total batting average. So she's gotten the job done when she's needed to. And with a runner on second base here, base knock could score a run. The 1-2. That one's outside. Good eye by Brown. And this one's on the ground to third. Nice snag over there by Venata for the final out of the inning. Braves can't take advantage of that Gerhardt leadoff double. We'll head to the top of the third. You're watching Braves softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back here for the third inning here at LRA Field. We'll get a chance to see Morgan Sweeney lead things off, the number 9 hitter. And then we'll go back to the top of the order for the Wolves. Happy to have you here on the Braves Broadcast Network on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. If you're in town, definitely try and make it out to the ballpark today. We got 2 games for you, and obviously with this weather, can't beat it. And Sweeney will lead things off. Center fielder hitting .262 on the season. Abby Walters still in the circle for the Braves. First pitch is low. And the 1-0. Good pitch there from Walters. Really, Sweeney didn't know what you want to do with that one. Just good spot. And count will move to 1-1. And she tries to get that bunt down, overall foul. So count will move to 1-2. Both teams with only 1 hit so far in this one, and obviously Newberry was able to take advantage in that first inning with the error from the Braves, but UNCP really missed out on an opportunity with that Gerhardt double and got her over to third when she was thrown at the plate. And Walters fires. That one's inside. Newberry's been patient up there so far. They've seen a lot of pitches from Walters. That one's inside. Count will move full. So good at bat for the number 9 hitter, Sweeney. Seeing a lot of pitches here, making Abby Walters work for that out. And the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good job by Abby Walters finding that inside spot. Tough place to put the ball in play regardless, and that'll be the first out of the inning. Back to the top of the order. With the right fielder, Christina Linton. Linton had that single back in the first inning, scored the run, and Abby Walters has been perfect since that hit. And first pitch. In there, good spot. Nothing Linton could really do with that one. She was going to have to go opposite field. Just a perfect location there. And the 0-1. Trying to find that same spot again, just a little bit further outside, and it'll be ball 1. One's low and outside, so count moves to 2-1. Abby Walters up over 30 pitches now. Not a bad number, and obviously softball, you see a lot of more complete games, and Walters at a decent number right now as far as the pitch count goes. And that one's just outside. And the 3-1. That one will be ball 4. So runner will go to first. Linton will draw the walk. That'll bring up the second baseman, Willis. Natalie Willis been heavily involved in this one out at second base. Threw out Gerhardt at the plate. She's had a lot of ground balls hit to her. And in her first at-bat, she laid down that bunt, and Eden Brown committed the error. And first pitch was in there for a strike. Nelson will check over at first. Linton got back in plenty of time. And Natalie Willis, 426 batting average. And the 0-1. One's fouled away, so count will move to 0-2. Willis at the plate, Linton on first. 1 out in the inning. One's outside. Linton really trying to get a good secondary lead over there at first, and Tony Nelson's keeping an eye on her. Already threw over there once. That time she looked like she wanted to, but she held up. And the 1-2 pitch popped up. Watkins camps onto this one, and that'll be the second out of the inning. So 2 outs in the inning now, and number 3 hitter Draw will come to the plate. Haley Draw, the senior shortstop, a 327 hitter, and big-time run producer in the middle of this batting order. First pitch was outside. Nelson will check her over at first again. Brown doesn't have the ball. It didn't matter anyway. She was back. Haley Draw, 406 hitter with runners on base. And this one's fouled away. So Draw was the one that had that ground ball to second back in the first inning that Watkins ran into the runner, and the runners advanced to third, but the runner at second was called out, so hit into that fielder's choice back in the first inning. And the 1-1, that one's swing and a miss. Nelson checks again. So count will go to 1-2, and Haley Draw, the number 3 hitter at the plate. Due up in the bottom of the third for the Braves. We'll get to see 8, 9, and 1. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Great pitch from Abby Walters. Good location for the final out of the inning. We'll head to the bottom of the third. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Braves. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Ever wonder why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-line Cadillacs. So why would you shop anywhere else? Try there quickly. While your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Ashley Mason will lead things off for the Braves. Mason, the center fielder, a .304 hitter. And Devin Morrison still in the circle. She's done a good job so far, and obviously through 2, she's proven herself. First pitch. One's in there. Good location right on that outside corner for strike 1. That one skips in the dirt before it even hit the plate. So ball 1. And the 1-1 pitch. One's outside. And speaking about Abby Walters earlier, doesn't tend to give up the big hit. Morrison, another one of those pitchers. Combined, she's only allowed 7 extra base hits. And obviously, if you can just get the other team to hit a couple singles, you can survive. But a lot of times those big innings come when there's home runs, doubles, and triples. And Ashley Mason will foul this one away, and count will move to 2-2. Ashley Mason, the only lefty in the starting lineup here in Game 1 for the Braves, and count is even at 2-2. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Morrison really living on that outside corner against Mason there and gets her to strike out, so that'll bring Lexi Cox up. And Lexi Cox been real productive in that 9-hole. With some timely hits to extend innings, and she'll dig in here. First pitch just outside, and Morrison went for that outside corner against Mason and tried to go for it there against Lexi Cox. And obviously, if you can consistently hit that spot, umpire might give you a little leeway, start working that zone out even a little bit further. And Morrison so far has hit that outside spot a good bit. Pitch. Cox chases that one for strike 1. Still only 2 hits total on this one. Both teams still just trying to wake up those bats. On the ground to second. Willis fields this one, and we'll throw over to first for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick ones so far in this one from Morrison. 2 quick outs, and Jamie Johnson will come to the plate. Jamie Johnson grounded out to second back in the first inning. one's fouled away. First trip through the order. Taylor Gerhardt with that double. Back in the second. That's been only hit so far. And hopefully for Coach Bennett's team, seeing Morrison one more trip through the order now, and we'll get things going. The 0-1. Johnson gets under this one. And the catcher will get there for the final out of the inning. 1-0 still the score. We're through 3 here at LRA Field. You're watching Braves softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Four, 5, and 6 due up for the Wolves of Newberry. Still a 1-0 game. Thanks for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Petey Powers on the call for today's double dip here at UNCP. And Simons, mentioned it earlier, leading the team in batting average, home runs, and RBI so far this year. 457 hitter. She's got 5 homers. Simons will dig in here. First pitch outside from Abby. Walters struck out 3 so far in this one. Only walked 1. Obviously the 1 hit, the 1 run. The 1-0. That one's in there. Both pitchers throwing strikes early and often here, and hasn't really been the strikeouts. It's just been weakly hit ground balls, pop-ups on both sides so far, and that's really what's been doing these hitters in. The 1-1. That one's popped up. It'll get out of play, and actually will stay in play. Saw our camera, one of our camera operators over there getting a little nervous, and that one stopped by the net, so count will go to 1-2. Abby Walters still in the circle, and Haley Simons at the plate. Simons a .667 hitter when leading off innings, and obviously a threat period with that .457 batting average general. And with a 1-2 count here, Walters trying to make quick work of her. This one's in the air to right. Good job there by Epperson out right field for the first out of the inning. So 1 out, and the catcher Marion will come to the plate. Rachel Marion grounded out to second back in the first inning. This one's on the ground to short. Nice play by Gerhardt. Whips it across the diamond for the second out of the inning. Taylor Gerhardt continuing to show she's one of the best shortstops here in the region. And just those kind of plays she's going to make all day, and she'll make the spectacular play as well. Seen her make some great diving plays over in foul ground, and she can really do it all out there at shortstop. So 2 outs now, and Miranda Dills will come up. And the first pitch to her. Abby Walters really killing it with that inside pitch. She's thrown it a lot, and just hitters can't catch up to it. And got to get those hands moving quicker and through that zone. And Abby Walters, until they adjust, wouldn't be surprised to see her keep pounding that inside corner. 0-1, right back up the middle. Watkins going to be a tough play, and try to backhand. It skips off her glove, and runner will reach. So tough play there for Alex Watkins. Dills will stand on first with 2 outs in the inning, and Van Adda will come to the plate. So Dills on first, Van Adda at the plate. Nelson will check her at first. She's back in there safely. Van Adda 0 for 1 so far in this one with that 105 batting average, just trying to avoid falling behind that spot. She's really struggled here a little bit in the early season. Obviously, it takes a little time, and she's just trying to work out of that slump. That play was ruled a single for Dills, and they're going to check her over there again at first. It was a swing and a miss from Van Adda, and count will be 1-1. Is the count, 2 outs in the inning. And the pitch. That one's on the ground. That one's going to be a nice play by Watkins. Dives, throws over to first for the final out of the inning. So Watkins redeems herself there. Obviously, the first one was rules a hit, but she made a nice diving play there to end the inning. 1-0 still the score. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Two, 3, and 4 here, due up for the Braves in the bottom of the 4th inning. Still a 1-0 score. Haley Epperson 0 for 1 in this one. She popped out to second in the first. Between Jamie Johnson and Haley Epperson, you've got 2 leadoff hitters at the top of this order that will get on base a lot, steal a base for you. And Haley Epperson leading off innings, hitting .417. And the first pitch to her is on the ground to short. Draw throws it across the field for the first out. Nice job there. Good stretch over there at first by Dills. So 1 pitch, 1 out. And that'll bring up Abby Walters. So Epperson grounds out to short. Walters will come up. Despite the little funk she's been in recently, Abby Walters still hitting .513. First pitch was in there for a strike, and the whole Braves team was in a funk this past weekend against Lander, doubleheader on Sunday. Had a good day against Aiken on Saturday, but a little struggle on Sunday, and Braves just trying to work their way out of it here. And the 0-1. Walters swinging a miss, fouls it away. So count will move to 0-2. Abby Walters at the plate. Devin Morrison's made quick work of the Braves so far. Gerhardt stands on deck. She has the lone hit so far for UNCP. And the pitch. Trying to find that off speed on the outside corner. Just a little outside. And the 1-2. That one's on the ground, right back to the pitcher for the second out of the inning. Ball looked like a hit, Abby, and when she was still in the box. But but it'll be an out. So Taylor Gerhardt will come up, and Coach Bennett's going to try and have a conversation here with the umpire, and Gerhardt and Walters knows it. Umpire still hasn't made a decision yet. So they'll call her out. Ball looked like a hitter in the box, but tough break for the Braves, and that'll bring up Taylor Gerhardt.
Number 6, Taylor Gerhardt.
So Gerhardt doubled back in the second, was thrown out at the plate. And now with 2 outs, just trying to start a little 2-out lightning. First pitch, just outside, so ball 1. And the 1-0. That one's in there. Good location there. Just Gerhardt would have made contact. Probably would have just rolled over that one. On the ground is short. Shaw fields this one, fires across the diamond for the final out of the inning. 1-2-3 inning for Devin Morrison out there in the circle, and Braves still searching for that second hit. Ball game is 1-0. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Been a quick ball game so far. Both teams just, other than that opening inning for Newberry where they got the one across, neither team's been able to score, and it's been moving fast here. Both pitchers really in the zone. Top of the 5th inning here, only an hour in. Not even an hour in. We'll see 8-9-1 for the Wolves. Caldwell, Sweeney, and Linton. And Caldwell will lead things off. 176 hitter. Grounded out to third, back in the second. First pitch. Squared around to bunt, pulled it back. It was ball 1. And the 1-0. One's fouled away. And the pitch. This one's on the ground is short. Gerhardt fields it, throws, and first out of the inning. 1 out now. I'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, center fielder Morgan Sweeney. Sophomore Sweeney struck out back in the 3rd inning and hitting .256 on the season. Both pitchers really dealing with that sun out there, looking for the sign. First pitch was in there for a strike. And the 0-1. That one's outside. Great pitch by Abby Walters. She's really hit that inside corner well, and hitters just can't catch up to it. Walters allowed a single in the fourth, a single in the first, and that's it so far. She's only struck out 3, but there's a lot of weakly hit balls, pop-ups, ground balls, and she's only walked 1. 2-2 will be the count. 1 out in the inning so far. Number 9 hitter at the plate. The pitch. This one's on the ground, right up the middle. Watkins will field it, throw across her body, and ball will get past the first baseman, Brown, but runner will stick at first. So Sweeney will reach. I'll bring up the right fielder, Linton. Linton 1 for 1 so far. .333 hitter in the leadoff spot. Walked back in the third, singled back in the first. Sweeney on first, 7 for 7 on steals this year. First pitch was a strike. She got a good secondary lead there. Nelson wanted to check her, but Linton standing there in the left-handed batter's box couldn't really check her, but wouldn't be surprised to see Sweeney take off here, maybe try and take an extra bag, and so far haven't tried to attempt any steals yet today, and just not a lot of base runners, period. The 0-1. Was a strike, another big secondary. Nelson looked over there, and Sweeney got back. So Linton falls into a quick 0-2 hole. And the pitch. This one's outside. Nelson will check over there, and she gets back safely. So 1-2 is the count, 1 out in the inning. That one's fouled away, so we'll do it all over again. 1-2 still. Abby Walters up over 60 pitches now, and obviously if she keeps this up, looks like she might be able to go the distance. So far this season, in her 12 starts, she's gone the distance 7 times. As far as things go on the other end, Morrison, 9 starts, 6 complete games. The 1-2. Well outside. Good job on the stop by Nelson. She'll fire over to first. Runner's still back in there safely. That was really a good snag by Tony. If that one gets by, runner probably takes off for second with that big secondary, but she managed to get out there and make the stop. So count will be 2-2. And the 2-2. Runner's off. Nelson will fire it down to second. Good throw. And she beats it. 8th stolen base of the year for Sweeney. I'll put a runner out there in scoring position for Lynn. 3-2 the count. 1 out in the inning. The payoff pitch on the ground, right back up the middle for a base hit. Run's going to get held up at third, and no one's covering first, so Linton had a big secondary lead, but she heads back. So runners on the corners now. Good job by UNCP getting that ball in quick. That'll bring up the 2-hole hitter, Willis.
Now batting, second baseman, number 15, Natalie Willis.
Back-to-back hits for the Wolves. First time that's happened today for either side. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Willis. First pitch to her. It's in there for strike 1. Meat of the Newberry order coming up to the plate with Willis and then obviously the draw in Simons. Willis, the second leading hitter on this team, at a .419 batting average. She's also hitting .474 with runners in scoring position. The pitch. She tries to get that bunt down for the squeeze. And that one's fouled away. So count will move to 0-2. Strikeout here would be huge for Abby Walters. Willis, tough player to strike out. She only has 2 so far this year. So obviously with the runners on the corners, any ball out to the outfield is probably going to get that run in, whether it be a sac fly or a base hit. The 0-2. That one's outside. Try to get her to chase there. Wouldn't be surprised to see Abby Walters go with that inside fastball. She's had a lot of success with it so far. She has 3 strikeouts so far, and that pitch has really been her go-to pitch so far today. The pitch. That one's inside, grounded foul. So she went for it. Willis with the quick hands. Linton on first, leadoff hitter. Hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this year. Rare for a leadoff hitter. She gets on base a lot, but she doesn't really go for that stolen base. And the 1-2 pitch. Low and inside. Good job out there by Willis. Tony Nelson will head out to the mound to talk with Abby Walters. And Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all of their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. So quick mound visit from Tony Nelson, just trying to let Abby Walters know, listen, you're good, you're fine, just gotta work here, gotta keep throwing strikes. They're gonna make it tough on you, but now with the 2-2 count, Walters fires. Like that location there, but was called a ball, so count will move full, 3-2 the count. And runners on the corners here for Willis. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Great spot by Abby Walters, hitting that inside spot. Swing and a miss for the strike, so count will move to 0-2, or excuse me, 2 outs in the inning. I'll bring up the three-hitter draw. Draws 0 for 2 in this one. Haley Draw struck out 1 so far. Walters has struck out 4 total. And Draw with a big opportunity here. First pitch in there for strike 1. Newberry's already left 3 on base in this one. And with that runner on third, you got to think they want to get that one in, double their lead. Obviously, Morrison's been dynamite on the hill. The 0-1. That one's fouled away, so count moved to 0-2. Walters closing in on 80 pitches now. One-two will be the count. Haley Draw at the plate. Draw, 350 hitter with 2 outs. 391 hitter with runners in scoring position. The 1-2. Right back up the middle, and Ashley Mason lets that one drop in front of her. Bobbles it a little bit, and runner from first will move to third. That's another run for the Wolves. Nice piece of hitting there by Draw. Drives in a run. That'll bring up the DP, Haley Simons. Simons with 2 runners out there in scoring position for her. And with the way Morrison's been pitching out there, you got to imagine if the Wolves can drive in 2 more runs, that could be huge. First pitch. The one's outside. That pitch is in there for a strike. So 1-1 will be the count. That one was low, so count will move to 2-1. Obviously, you want to go after the hitter Simons with Marion on deck, but you do have a base open, so don't want to put one right in Simons' wheelhouse. Obviously, she's got a lot of power, has 5 home runs this season. And the pitch. That one's outside, so count moved to 3-1. Marion on deck at 327 hitter. You expect Abby to go right after, but walk here isn't the worst thing if it happens, because you don't want to give Simons a pitch on a platter, and that one's outside for ball 4. So that'll load them up. And the catcher, Marion, will come up. Freshman Marion's gotten off to a good start this year. She'll dig in against Walters. Lone senior on the UNCP squad. And the first pitch in there for strike 1. Huge at bat here for the catcher Marion with bases loaded, and obviously the score still sitting at 2-0, and could really blow this one open with the base hit. The 0-1. This one's grounded foul. So count will move to 0-2, and this is a hitter Abby Walters needs to get. And the 0-2 pitch. That one's low. Walters tried to find the outside corner, maybe get her to chase a little bit. With the success she's had with that inside heat, wouldn't put it past her to go back inside. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Huge strikeout for Abby Walters to get out of that inning with only allowing the 1 run. Newberry leads 2-0 still. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Five, 6, and 7 due up for the Braves here. Alex Watkins, the second baseman, will lead things off. And Watkins rounded out to second, back in the second inning. She'll get an opportunity here to start a little rally for the Braves. We're hoping to see some hits strung together. Obviously, only the 1 hit for UNCP. Newberry's got 5 so far. Alex Watkins will step in. She's hitting .429 in the season, leading innings off, and she's done a good job out there at second base. Really been a force at the plate. First pitch is a ball. So Watkins, Norton, and Brown due up 3 freshmen in the starting lineup for game 1 here for Coach Brittany Bennett. Devin Morrison still in the circle. one's a ball, so count will be 2-0. And the 2-0. This one's on the ground, right back up the middle. High chopper. Gonna be a tough play. Willis fields it, and Watkins will beat it out for the infield single. It's gonna be a tough play for Willis or the shortstop draw. Normally that's the shortstop's ball, easier throw for them, but Willis fielded it and tried to get Watkins. Watkins was well safe. So the DP, Caitlin Norton, will come up. Norton, a 400 hitter on the season. She's 0 for 1. Much like many of these Braves, a lot of offers so far in that lineup. Obviously, Gerhardt with the base hit way back in the second inning, and Watkins with the single here. But that's it so far. So still trying to wake up here a little bit. Not an early start time, but Braves just bats a little cold. First pitch in there. Good location from Morrison. And Devin Morrison so far, not even up to 50 pitches yet, so she's done it quick so far. And Abby Walters has much more than that. That one was a ball, so count moved to 1-1. Caitlin Norton at the plate. Norton hitting .520 with runners on base. Tough play to strike out. Only has 3 Ks so far this year. Headed to a fielder's choice back in the second inning, her first at bat. And the 1-1. That's on the ground at first. First base will step on the bag. Fire over to second. Watkins gets in there, so Norton gets the job done moving Alex Watkins over to second. But the Braves will have 1 out in the inning now, and Eden Brown will come up.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 11, Eden Brown.
So nice job by the first baseman. Dills over there to step on the bag and try and get Watkins that second. She took the guaranteed out. Thought she might have had a play over there, but Alex Watkins got a good jump on the ground ball, and we'll get to second. So Eden Brown steps in. Brown, a .306 hitter on the year. Pitch. Good spot from Devin Morrison for strike 1. Looking at Morrison's numbers, she struggles against hitters leading off innings, but once they get on, she's dynamite. 194 batting average with runners on base. Pitch. Outside. Remember, we've got another whole game after this one. Obviously, game 1 here, moving quick. Still got game 2 coming up. Still plenty of softball here in game 1, though. Braves still going to have an opportunity to come back in this one. 2-0 to score. We still got a lot of exciting action on the Braves broadcast network. That one was outside. Obviously, 2 runs, really nothing for this Braves offense, but recently just been in this little slump. Some bad luck against Lander, and it's carried over here today against Newberry. And Eden Brown will come over to talk to Coach Bennett. And Braves fans, ever wonder why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs. So why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. So quick meeting between Eden Brown and Coach Bennett, and Brown will dig back in. 2-1 the count, runner on second base. Big opportunity here for the Braves offense. Pitch. This one's popped up. First baseman will camp under it and bring it in. So easy out there from Eden Brown, and now with 2 outs in the inning, Ashley Mason will come to the plate. Ashley Mason 0 for 1. Batting average dipped just under 300. She's hitting .298. Base hit here would bring her back up over that 300 mark. And with a runner on second, this is a huge at-bat. First pitch. Outside for ball 1. That one's in there for a strike. Good off-speed pitch there. And they'll check the runner at second. She was back in there. Just trying to keep her honest out there. Freshman Marion behind the plate. That's a gutsy throw all the way down to second, but It was right on the money. Watkins was back. And the 1-1 pitch. Mason swing and a miss, so count will move to 1-2. And the 1-2. That one's on the ground, is short. Tough hop, good play over there at short, and she fires across the diamond for the final out of the inning. So the Braves get their second hit of the game, can't take advantage of it. Still a 2-0 score here. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Top of the 6th inning, 2-0 still the score. We'll get a chance to see 6, 7, and 8. Miranda Dills will lead things off, the first baseman. She singled back in her last at-bat in the 4th. 7 hits combined for these two teams, 5 of them for Newberry, 2 of them for UNCP. First pitch from Abby Walters is in there for strike 1. '90th pitch of the day for Abby Walters. Gotta remember, she's probably gonna play center field in game 2 like she normally does, so long day for Abby Walters. Pitch is in there for strike 2. And obviously with the 2 runs, it's just been tough luck for the Braves at the plate. And Abby Walters' ERA under 1.7 now, and just keep plugging away. The 0-2. This one's in the air to right. Epperson will get there for the first out of the inning. One of the best hit balls we've seen so far on either side. And other than Gerhardt's double, obviously that one was a base hit, but that one just a fly out to right field, and that will bring up Van Atta. Van Atta 0 for 2 in this one. Hitting 100 on the season. First pitch is the ball. Van Atta struck out back in the 2nd, grounded out to second base in the 4th inning. That one's in there for a strike. That one's fouled away, so count will move to 1-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good job by Abby Walters there. And she strikes out Van Atta for the 2nd time in this game. So I'll bring Caldwell to the plate. Abby Walters up to 6 strikeouts now. Closing in on 100 pitches. And obviously only allowing the 2 runs and the 5 hits. She's pitched great today, and it's just been the UNCP hitters not been able to back her up. So first pitch to Caldwell is a ball. Tori Caldwell grounded out to third in the second inning, grounded out to short in the fifth. On the season so far, she's hitting .333 with 2 outs. She's proven to be a tough out when it's came down to it. That pitch is fouled away. As far as the hitting stats go on both sides, UNCP 0 for 6 with runners on base. Newberry 2 for 10. Neither team being very successful in that category. And UNCP 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. The Wolves 2 for 7. That one's outside, so count moved to 2-1. So 2-2 is the count, 2 outs in the inning. This one's on the ground and through the infield for a base hit. Nice piece of hitting there. So a base hit for Tori Caldwell, and that'll bring up the 9-hitter, Sweeney. Sweeney's 1 for 2 so far. Abby Walters just up over 100 pitches now. And the first pitch to the center fielder. Inside for ball 1. And the 1-0. Runners off for second. Nelson's throwing. That's a good throw. She's in there safe. It's a tight bang-bang play. Thought Tony Nelson might have thrown her out at second, but she's called safe, so. Some aggressive base running by the Wolves here in the top of the 6th. Runner on second base now, 2 outs. Morgan Sweeney still at the plate. Back here for the bottom of the 6th inning, 9-2 up for the Braves. Lexi Cox will lead things off. We'll get a chance to see Jamie Johnson and Haley Epperson as well. Devin Morrison only thrown 55 pitches so far. Spoke about Abby Walters. Abby's up over 100 now, and Devin Morrison only at 55. Morrison's worked this Braves lineup quickly. She's only stricken out 1 hitter, so Braves have been making contact. It's just been rolling over ground balls and popping balls up out to the infield. And I'm pretty sure Gerhardt's double has been the only ball that's really gotten out to the outfield, and it's just been pop up after ground ball so far for this UNCP offense. And the 1-0 pitch, fouled away. So Cal will move to 1-1. Lexi Cox grounded out to second base in the 3rd inning. Her lone at bat in this one. And the pitch. And there for a strike. And Braves fans letting them hear it. Thought it was a little outside, and Braves fans agree with me, and it will be still a strike. So count will move to 1-2. And the pitch. One's well outside, so it'll be 2-2. Nice to see some of UNCP's baseball players making it out to the ballpark today at LRA Field. They have off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow. They'll be on the road. 2-2. This one on the ground at third. Nice play by Van Atta for the first out of the inning. And on the handle, Lexi Cox couldn't do much with that. She put it in play, and Coach Bennett will talk to the umpire there. She's not too happy about something, and Coach Bennett will head out to talk to the umpire out in the field. And Braves fans, don't miss out on a chance to receive rewards for attending UNCP home athletic events during the 2016-17 season. Visit the App Store on your smartphone and download hashtag BraveNation, UNCP's new fan engagement app. The app can be found on the Apple Store or on Google Play. Search hashtag BraveNation. And that reminds me, I need to check in on my Brave Nation app. So we'll see if I can get in. And obviously now umpire's discussing it, gonna see what the call is. Looked like it might have still hit her in the box. That's what the fans are yelling for. Not sure if that was indeed what happened. It happened earlier in this one with Abby Walters, and the Braves didn't get the call. And Lexi Cox will be called out, so that will bring up the leadoff hitter, Jamie Johnson. So Jamie Johnson will come up. First pitch to her is grounded towards third, foul. So Jamie Johnson 0 for 2 in this one, like many of the Braves. 373 batting average still on the year, and definitely one of the best leadoff hitters in the Peach Belt. That one was outside, so count will move to 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch. That one's on the ground right back up the middle. Shortstop Draw has plenty of time and throws it across the diamond for the second out of the inning. So 2 outs now. And that'll bring up Haley Epperson. Haley Epperson 0 for 2 in this one. Braves' top 3 hitters haven't been able to collect a hit yet. I mean, most of the hitters for the Braves have struggled today, but all the productions come from 4 or 5 with those 2 hits. 1 through 3. 6 through 9, no hits yet. First pitch to Epperson. Outside for ball 1. One 0 the count. Morrison still in the circle. Swing and a miss from Epperson. So Devin Morrison up over 60 pitches now, whereas Abby Walters up over 100. And Morrison has been very efficient. And the 1-1. Epperson gets under this one. Center fielder Sweeney will get there for the final out of the inning. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Devin Morrison. She's been on fire so far out in that circle. And we'll head to the 7th inning. Braves still trail 2-0. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Top of the order for the Wolves coming up here in the top of the 7th. Abby Walters still in the circle for the Braves. We're going to get a chance to see Lynn Willis and draw at least one more time in game 1 here. And Lynn 2 for 2 in this one. Singled in the first, walked in the third, and singled in the 5th. She's been on base all 3 trips. And she'll try and do it again here. First pitch was a strike. So Christina Linton, a .344 hitter on the season, hitting .519 leading off innings. Mentioned earlier, she doesn't steal many bases. She hasn't stolen any this year. She definitely can get on base to start an inning. That one was outside for ball 1. And the 1-1 pitch, well outside. So count will move to 2-1. And the pitch. That one's in there for strike 2. So 2-2 will be the count. Abby Walters has struck out 6 in this one. Only allowed the 2 runs. One of them is earned. She's walked 2. That one's on the ground, just foul. So we'll do it again. Looking into the Braves half of the 7th, 3, 4, and 5 due up. Abby Walters, Taylor Gerhardt, Alex Watkins. Couldn't imagine a better 3 hitters to come up for the Braves. Obviously, Gerhardt and Watkins, the only 2 hits so far in this game. And obviously, Abby Walters been the Braves' best player so far this year, really the team MVP. The 2-2 fouled away. And the pitch. Fouled away again. Good at bat from Christina Linton, making Abby Walters work here. Abby up over 100 pitches. This is the point where any pitcher starts getting tired. Obviously, baseball, normally 100 pitches is kind of not necessarily a limit, but that's when you really are like, okay, we got to get this bullpen warmed up. And in softball, it's a little different. Obviously, the different motion allows you to pitch longer and more often, but up over 100, it's tough, regardless of if you're playing baseball or softball. And Abby Walters is having to throw a lot of pitches here to the leadoff hitter. Count is still 2-2. The pitch on the ground right back at Abby. And she throws over to first for the first out of the inning. So 1 out now, and Willis will come to the plate. She's 0 for 2 in this one. Natalie Willis still hitting over 400 on the season, 413. Struck out back in the 5th. That was a huge strikeout for Abby to keep this game at a 2-run deficit. First pitch is inside to Willis. Willis has just been a singles machine all season. She's only got 3 extra base hits, but obviously at that 413 average, she's getting on base a lot. She lays a bunt down here. Walters fields this one, throws to first. They're going to say a hitter in the box. So the Braves tried to get that call twice so far in this one. Haven't gotten it. Willis gets it here in the 7th. And the Braves fans let him hear about it a little. Counts 1-1, 1 out. The pitch. Good job there by Abby. Ball gets away from Tony Nelson, but will be a strike. So count will be 1-2. 1-2, 1 out. 2-0 to score. And the pitch. Line right back up the middle for a base hit. She's going to try for second. Braves aren't getting this ball in that fast. And she's got a double. So a double for Natalie Willis. That'll bring up Haley Draw. Just a great piece of hitting there from Natalie Willis, going opposite field. Flew past Alex Watkins into center, and Braves struggle just getting the ball in. It's a double. So Draw singled back in her last at-bat. Singled to center and drove in a run. She's also struck out back in the third inning in this one. Squares around a bunt. Can't get it down. She pulled it back. It is a strike. So 0-1 the count. Big insurance run standing on second base for the Wolves. And their number 3 hitter at the plate. She gets under this one. Gerhardt gets there for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Simons.
Now batting, designated player number 32, Haley Simons.
Abby hasn't had any trouble with Simons. She has walked her today, but other than that, it's 0 for 2 days so far for Haley Simons. Simons still leads this team in hitting 447. And the first pitch to her, in there for strike 1. Simons walked in the 5th, flew out to right in the 4th. And back in the first inning, she grounded out to second, drove in a run. Hitting 500 with 2 outs, 500 runners on base on the year. She's got a runner out there standing on second base. That's a big one for the Wolves. That pitch is outside, so it'll be ball 1. 1-1 the count. And the pitch. That one's fouled away, so count will move to 1-2. Willis on second. 8 for 9 on stolen bases on the season. Wouldn't expect her to try and nab third here, but she's quick out there. And you never know. Obviously, any ball to the outfield, you think that scores her. Pitch. This one's fouled away, so count will stay 1-2. But yeah, anything out to the outfield, you think Willis is probably going to get in, unless the Braves get a great read on the ball and get it in quickly. And the 1-2. That one's low and outside, so count will even up now at 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch. Fouled away again. So Simon's really making Walters work. Abby's closing in on 120 pitches now. And the 2-2 pitch. Fouled away again. Haley Simons not going to go away easily here. The Wolves designated player. She's only struck it out 7 times on the season. She's been so successful as a freshman, you got to imagine after 4 years, she might be holding some sack records. That one's low for ball 3, so count will go full now. Simons walked in her last at-bat. She's walked 13 times on the season, so she does have a good eye up there at the plate. She'll make pitchers work out there, throw her a good pitch, and if it's not there, she'll take ball 4. And this is a big pitch. Walters fires, and swing and a miss for strike 3. Nice job there by Abby, getting Simons for the final out of the inning. One more opportunity for the Braves. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Still a 2-0 ball game here in Pembroke. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 7th inning. 3, 4, and 5 due up in the Braves order. And the pitcher, Abby Walters, will lead it off. Abby 0 for 2 in this one so far. Last at-bat, she grounded back to the pitcher. And in her first at-bat, she grounded out to short. Devin Morrison going for the complete game here. She's been not perfect, but obviously with those only allowing those 2 hits, not walking batter, she's been pretty close to it. First pitch was a ball from Abby Walters, and Braves just need base runners at this point, obviously. Get one on base and the time runs right at the plate. So far, UNCP 0 for 6 with runners on base, so they've struggled in that category, but obviously you just need to get somebody on and try and start a little rally here in the bottom of the 7th. And the pitch. Walters gets under this one, and nice. Oh, thought the left fielder had it, but she dropped it, so Abby will move to second on it. And that's exactly what the Braves needed. Almost had a snow cone couch out there in left field by Caldwell, and Abby Walters will reach.
Now batting, the shortstop, number 6, Taylor Gerhardt.
So Taylor Gerhardt will come up. She's 1 for 2 in this one. Doubled back in her first at-bat in the 2nd inning. Gerhardt grounds this one to third. It'll move the runner over. But now with 1 out in the inning, Braves will have a little more work to do. Runner on third now. So Gerhardt got the job moving her over, but obviously the cleanup hitter, you want to see if maybe she can get a hold of a pitch and really go for extra bases. Alex Watkins will come up. Watkins 1 for 2 in this one. Watkins hitting .462 on the season. Great numbers for a freshman, great numbers for anybody. And she singled back in her last at-bat in the 5th. First pitch to her. In there for strike 1. 7 hits for Newberry in this one. Braves have 3. One of them is that Walters double in this inning. Walters is on third now. The only other hits have come from Gerhardt and Alex Watkins, who's at the plate now. The pitch. That one's in there for a strike. Braves fans aren't too happy with the umpire. Looked like it hit the outside corner, but count moved to 0-2. Devin Morrison has 70 pitches now, and she's been dominant in this one. The 0-2. Watkins grounds right back to Morrison. She'll throw over to first for the out, and Braves are down to their final out now. Walters had to hold up at first. Nothing she could do. Ball was hit too slow back to Morrison. Morrison went ahead. Plenty of time to throw. Walters out at the plate. And then I'll bring up Caitlin Norton. Norton 0 for 2. 389 hitter. Obviously the tying run at the plate, so Norton doesn't have any home runs on the season, but home run would be good to tie it up. Braves just want a base hit at this point. First pitch is a ball. Caitlin Norton grounded out to first in the 5th inning. Hit into a fielder's choice back in the 2nd. 6-19 hitter with runners in scoring position. The pitch. That one's a ball, so count will move to 2-0. Jessica Auld stands in the on-deck circle. Looks like she'll pinch hit for Brown if the Braves can get there. And the pitch. That one's outside. So count will move to 3-0. Caitlin Norton reaches. Winning run will come to the plate. And the 3-0. In there for strike one. Just get me over pitch. Norton wasn't going to swing regardless. And count will be 3-1. And the pitch. Ground ball to third. Great play over there by Vanetta. And looks like that one hit Caitlin Norton in the box. I didn't notice it. So Norton will head back. Count will be 3-2. 2 outs here. Abby Walters on third. Braves down 2. And the pitch of the ball game right here. And payoff pitch. Right back at the pitcher, Morrison. She throws over to first for the final out of this one. Newberry wins game 1 here, 2-0 over UNCP. Braves offense just couldn't really get going. 7 hits for the Wolves, only 3 for the Braves. And with that, we'll have a short break here on the Braves Broadcast Network, and we'll be right back for game 2 of this doubleheader. Thank you for joining us for game 1. Go and grab you some food, take a little break, and be right back here for game 2. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back here on the Braves Broadcast Network for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. We'll get into it quickly here. And in the circle, we'll start with Mallory Leviner for the Braves. Leviner on the year has a 2.41 ERA. She's 5-4 in 52 1/3 innings pitched. And we'll get you the Newberry lineup as we go along. Leading things off, it will be Christina Linton. In the 2 spot, it's Natalie Willis. And batting third, Haley Draw. Same lineup to start things out as far as the first 4 hitters for the Wolves of Newberry. And we are underway here in Game 2. First pitch is a strike to Christina Linton. Obviously, Braves just couldn't really get the bats going there in Game 1. So Game 2, a whole different ball game, hopefully for UNCP. Some more hits. And as far as the pitching goes, pitching was solid on both sides. This one's lined right back up the middle. Leviner got a piece of it. And that one will get through for a single.
Now batting, second baseman, number 15, Natalie Willis.
Natalie Willis here in the 2 spot, runner on first base for the Wolves. She squares around to bunt. She gets it down. Nice charge by Jamie Johnson. She'll throw to second for the lead runner. Awesome play over there at third from Jamie Johnson for the first out of the inning. So Willis gets the bunt down. Can't get the sacrifice bunt. She'll replace Linton on first. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Haley Draw. Draw, the senior shortstop, hitting .321 on the season. And the first pitch to her. Line to left field, and that will be a foul ball. Mallory Leviner, the freshman pitcher for UNCP. She's done a good job recently. She's had some early season struggles, and Coach Bennett said a lot of that was confidence, and she's gotten that confidence recently, and that ERA is well under 3. And this one's lined right back up the middle for a base hit. So another hit for Newberry, but like I was getting at, Coach Bennett's loved what Mallory's brought to the table for UNCP as the Game 2 starter. Obviously making a big impact already as a freshman, a young player. And speaking of another impact freshman, Haley Simons will come to the plate. Simons serving as a designated player once again here in Game 2. Freshman named .438 on the season. So 2 runners on base here for the Wolves. Only 1 out in the inning. Haley Simons at the plate. Pitch. One's in there for strike 1. Tommy Lewis behind the plate here for Game 2. Leroy Pickney out in the field. Our umpiring crew here for this non-conference matchup. One's outside for a ball. Peach Belt Conference versus the SAC. Obviously, the Braves have a lot of rivals in that South Atlantic Conference. As far as things go with regional rivalries, Lenore-Ryan, a couple other teams, and Braves are going to see a lot of those rivals on the football field, but still mixing it up here in softball. Count is 1-2 now for Simons. Simons didn't really have a lot of success in Game 1, couldn't really get her back going. Braves are happy about that. Abby Walters held her down. And the 1-2. Simons gets a piece of this one out to right field. And great play out there by Weatherington. She actually ended up dropping it. Thought she had it. And runner's going to be waved around. And she will score for the first runner here in Game 2. Randy Weatherington had a tough one. Tough play out there for her. And our run will get in. Thought Weatherington got under it, but just dropped it. And another first inning run. That's what did UNCP in that first game. And Miranda Dills will come to the plate now, so Newberry gets one on the board. And runners on second and third now. The pitch in there for a strike. Game one, Newberry won 2-0. Scored one in the first inning. That ended up being the difference, and you're already up 1-0 in the top of the first in game two. Count is at 1-1. First baseman Miranda Dills at the plate. Little change to this lineup. Daphne Payton is catching in this one. Also, Haley Wilds is at third, so a couple lineup switches. Miranda Dills did play first. She moved up in the order here a little bit in game two. She gets under this one. Going to be a tough play out there, and great job by Caitlin. No, runner's going to tag up from third. She gets in, and Simons is going to get gunned down, trying to advance. So that'll end the inning. 3 runs do end up coming in, or excuse me, 2 runs. So score will be 2-0. Heading to the bottom of the first inning. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. We'll take a quick look at the Braves lineup. Leading things off in her usual leadoff spot is the third baseman Jamie Johnson. Batting second, it's the right fielder Randy Weatherington. In the 3 spot, center field today, number 7 Abby Walters. Batting cleanup, it's the shortstop Taylor Gerhardt. Batting 5th, it's the first baseman number 22 Jessica Auld. 6th, it's the designated player freshman number 11 Eden Brown. Batting 7th, it'll be the catcher Tony Nelson. Batting 8th, it's the second baseman Caitlin Norton. And in the 9th spot, it's Lexi Cox. In the circle for Newberry, it'll be junior Emily Marchbanks. Marchbanks 5-4 on the season, a 1.91 ERA, 13 appearances, 10 games started. 6 of those games she went the distance. And Johnson tried to bunt that first pitch. Will be strike 1. Looking at the numbers for both these starters, both of them low ERAs for Newberry, and Johnson gets under this one. Going to be in foul ground. Good play over there in left field by Caldwell to get under it for the first out of the inning. Looked like she struggled with it a little bit, but she ended up getting there. So Johnson flies out to left, and that'll bring up Randy Weatherington. Randy Weatherington didn't play in game 1. Starting in right field here in game 2. First pitch outside for ball 1. This one's fouled away, so count moved to 1-1. Marchbanks 5-4 on the season. Devin Morrison got the start in game 1. She's 9-2 now, and obviously those are the main 2 pitchers we're going to see. And as far as other things go for the Wolves, there are a couple other pitchers on the roster. Haley Simons has thrown 1 inning. Chelsea Cunningham's thrown 1 2/3, and Megan Shiflett has thrown 1 inning. So Morrison and Marchbanks are the 2 go-to pitchers for this team. That's how a lot of softball teams are, but really no bullpen for them. This pitch is just off the outside corner, but called a strike, so count will move to 2-2. Randy Weatherington, another freshman that's contributed a lot so far in the early season. This one's popped up and gets foul. So we'll do it again. Weatherington, one of 4 Braves in the starting lineup here in game 2 that is a freshman. And obviously you've got Eden Brown, Caitlin Norton, and Mallory Leviner as the other 3. And Coach Bennett really likes this freshman class, what they've been able to do in the early season. And the pitch is in there for strike 3. So Weatherington strikes out, and that'll bring Abby Walters to the plate.
Number 7, Abby Walters.
Abby Walters out in center field here in game 2, .513 batting average. She had one of the 3 Brave base hits in game 1, had that double in the bottom of the 7th, and despite the Braves' cold bats, obviously Abby Walters has had such a hot start to the season. She's still hitting over 500. She's the kind of player you expect to just hopefully carry that double over here to game 2, and she gets a hold of this one out to right center field. Center fielder Sweeney had time to get there, and that's the final out of the inning. So 1-2-3, bottom of the first for the Braves. Still trail 2-0 in this one. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all of their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. Braves in the new gold Adidas uniforms out in the field, gold jersey, black pants, while Newberry is in the red and white. Top of the second inning here. Tori Caldwell will lead things off. The Wolves left fielder. We'll also get a chance to see Wilds and Peyton in this one. 2 players we did not see in game 1. And the first pitch to Caldwell is outside for ball 1. Haley Wilds on deck, the junior third baseman. And the freshman catcher Daphne Peyton in the hole. 1-0 the count. Mallory Leviner in the circle for the Braves. The 1-0 in there for strike 1. That one's just outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now. 2 runs scored in all of game 1. Obviously, both of them went Newberry's way, and Newberry got 2 runs across the board in the top of the first. We'll see how different this game is from the first one of today's double dip. That one's inside, so count will move to 3-1. And the 3-1 pitch in there for a strike. So count will move to even. Tori Caldwell at the plate. And the payoff pitch. That one's going to be a base hit. Could be extra bases. Good job by Lexi Cox to cut it off. And it'll only be a single. This one actually going to end up getting away from the Braves, and she'll slide in safely to second. So Lexi Cox did a great job to keep that one in front of her. Threw it into second base, and tough play for the Braves middle infielders, and the runner will get to second. I'll bring up the third baseman, Haley Wilds. Wilds a .233 hitter on the year. No home runs, 4 RBIs. Runner on second base for Wilds. First pitch to her. In there for strike 1. Runner on second. Caldwell 5 for 5 on steals this year. 0-1 pitch. Line right back at Leviner. Off her glove. Going to be a tough play for Gerhardt. She'll throw over to third. And the Braves will get the out over there at third. It was going to be a real tough play to get the runner at first by Gerhardt. And she alertly threw over to third for the first out. So tough break for the Wolves. I'll bring up Daphne Payton, the freshman catcher. Her 7th game of the season. She's hitting .333. Pitch. Runner looked like she was going to take off, and she goes back. One 0 the count. Pitch was in there for a strike, so it'll be 1-1. Peyton lines this one right back up the middle. Great catch by Caitlin Norton, and that'll be a double play. So great inning from Allie Leviner there. Braves get the double play to end it. Still trail 2-0. We'll head to the bottom of the second. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Bottom of the second inning, 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Braves. Gerhardt, Auld, and Brown. Taylor Gerhardt had one of the hardest hit balls in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Had that double. That was in the second inning of game 1. She'll dig in here against Emily Marchbanks. Only took 10 pitches for Marchbanks to get through the bottom of the first. Braves are going to have to make her work a little bit harder than the pitcher back in game 1. And the first pitch to Gerhardt. Outside for ball 1. Gerhardt hitting .250 as a leadoff hitter this season. 1 home run, 28 RBIs. First pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Emily Marchbanks, not much of a strikeout artist. She's pitched 56 innings this year, only striking out 26 hitters, so she'll let her defense do a job behind her. That one's a ball. So count will move to 3-1. She's given up 4 home runs this year, 10 doubles, and 1 triple, so players will put the ball in play against her, but obviously with that low ERA, she tends to get the job done. This one's lined right back up the middle. And a great play out there by the center fielder, Sweeney. I thought she had it, and it And looked like the umpires, one of the umpires called her out. One of them said it fell, and it will be a base hit. There's a little confusion out there, but it's sorted out. So a base hit for Taylor Gerhardt. I'll bring up Jessica Auld. Jessica Auld was on deck when the last out was made in Game 1. A little discussion going on between the umpire and Newberry's coach, and we'll have a quick discussion between the umpires, and hopefully this doesn't take too long. But speaking of long, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous varieties of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs. So why would you shop anywhere else? That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. So Gerhardt will stay on first. It was a single for her. Leadoff single for Gerhardt will bring up Jessica Auld. Auld hitting .289 on the season. First pitch was in there for a strike. And they'll check over there at first, Daphne Payton. Obviously, Taylor Gerhardt right back in there. Trickle away too far that Gerhardt can advance, but just trying to keep her honest out there. Taylor Gerhardt so far on the season, 7 for 7 on stolen bases. She's scored 19 runs. Pitch outside. So count will move to 2-1. This call didn't play in Game 1, was ready to pinch hit, but didn't get the opportunity. And in there at first base here in Game 2, her and Eden Brown kind of split time over there at first. This pitch has popped up, and it looks like it's going to stay in foul ground. Tough play over there for the third baseman. She couldn't get under it. And Haley Wild's got to be kicking herself. Obviously, you want each of those, but count will be 2-2. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 1 out in the inning now, and that'll bring up Eden Brown. Eden Brown serving as designated player here in Game 2. Hitting .297 on the season. Pitch. Low for ball 1. Eden Brown hitting 300 with runners on base. And the pitch. That one's a ball, so count moves to 2-0. Good eye here to start the at-bat from Eden Brown. Braves have used a lot of players in that designated player spot this year so far. Eden Brown here in Game 2. Alex Watkins has done it. Caitlin Norton has done it. And they'll check the run over there first once again. Taylor Gerhardt in there safely. Count is 2-1 now. And the 2-1 pitch. Line right back. Count will go even at 2-2. Marshbank's been great so far this season with runners on base. Their players are only hitting 178 when that happens. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Marchbanks. And that will bring up Tony Nelson. Tony Nelson hit .314 on the year. We haven't seen her hit in a while. Most of these home games we've had, she's caught Game 1, but has been the flex, and Tony Nelson's going to get an opportunity to hit here. First pitch to her in there for a strike. So 2 outs in the inning now. Gerhardt's still on first after that leadoff single to start the inning. And the 0-1. Line to right field. It's going to be a base hit. Gerhardt's going to get to third. Great jump, and she'll get in standing up. So nice 2-out hit there from Tony Nelson. Now put runners on the corners and bring Caitlin Norton to the plate. Nice piece of hitting by Tony Nelson going opposite field there, and Braves will take it. Freshman Caitlin Norton playing second base here in game 2, hitting .378. Nice to be able to plug a .378 hitter into the 8 spot of your lineup. First pitch. Norton can't catch up. It'll be strike 1. Pitch. It is high. Marchbanks really dials it in with 2 outs in innings. Players only hitting .179 against her when that happens, and obviously we already mentioned she's great when runners on base. So 2 great qualities to have as a pitcher. The 1-1, in there for strike 2. Caitlin Norton, tough player to strike out. She's only struck out 3 times this year, and counts 1-2 now. And obviously Marchbanks hunting for that K. The pitch. Right back at the pitcher. They're going to let it roll foul. Great play by Marchbanks letting that roll foul, because Norton would have beat it out. And we'll do it all over again. 1-2 count. And the pitch. Popped foul. And another tough play over there at third and foul. Ground for Wilds. And it'll still be a 1-2 count. Made a great effort to get there and dove for it, and just right off her glove. One, 2. On the ground is second. Willis fields this one cleanly, throws over to first for the final out of the inning. Braves leave 2 runners on base, still a 2-0 game. Heading to the 3rd inning, you're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves fans, remember to tune in every Saturday morning at 9:30 a.m. on WFXB Fox TV for the UNCP Sports Black and Gold Report presented by Pepsi. It's a show all about UNC Pembroke athletics as we bring you interviews with coaches, highlights, and special features around UNCP athletics. Tune in Saturdays at 9:30 on WFXB Fox TV or on our YouTube channel the following Monday. Center fielder Sweeney will lead things off. Number 9 hitter. We'll see 9, 1, and 2 for the Wolves here, top of the 3rd inning. And the first pitch to Sweeney inside for ball one. Lined out to left field. This one's going to drop in front of Lexi Cox for a base hit. So Sweeney leads things off here with a single. That'll bring us back to the top of the order. Christina Linton will dig in. Right fielder singled back in the first inning. Christina Linton had a good game one. One of the few offensive players, period, that looked good in game one. Both teams really struggled at the plate. And the first pitch to Linton is a ball, so it'll be 1-0. Good lead over there by Sweeney, secondary lead. She's got 8 stolen bases on the year. She's a perfect 8 for 8 on steals, and Tony Nelson had to look over there and check her. And the 1-0. That one's in there for a strike. Nelson looks over there again. Count will go even at 1-1. So 1-1 is the count. Christina Linton at the plate. And she squares around to bunt. Gets it down, but it's fouled away. So count will move to 1-2. The pitch. Leviner brought that changeup. Linton thought about swinging, but just outside. So count will go even at 2-2. Braves really wanted that one, and Leviner showing off that changeup. That one's low in the dirt. Nelson gets by her, so runner will advance to second. Mallory Leviner's really got a good changeup. Coach Bennett said it's one of the best she's seen, especially out of a freshman. And counts full now. Runner got to second. The pitch. That one's popped up. Gonna get to the outfield, and Walters will get under it for the first out of the inning. So Linton flies out to center. And that'll bring up Natalie Willis. Natalie Willis 0 for 1 in this one so far. And over the course of these 2 games, really like what we've seen from her. Had some good at-bats at the plate. Even if she made out, she's looked good up there. And first pitch to her. In there for strike 1. Willis into that fielder's choice back in the first. Hitting .429 with runners on base. .450 with runners in scoring position. The 0-1. Gets under this one, and it'll go out of play. So count will move to 0-2. One's called a ball, so 1-2 is the count. Mallory Leviner in that circle, up over 30 pitches now. Leviner not really a strikeout artist, over 54 2/3. She struck out 32, so another pitcher that's going to want you to put the ball in play and let her defense make a play, and that one's on the ground to short. Gerhardt's going to have to charge this one. Thought better of throwing over to first and try to get the runner on second, Sweeney, to bite on that pump fake, so she'll reach on the infield single. And that'll bring up Haley Draw. Draw the Newberry shortstop, 1 for 1 here in game 2. That one's in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. That one's out in the air to the left. That one's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run will come in. And draws in there with a stand-up double. So it's a double for Haley to draw. She's single back in the first and doubles here in the third. And that gives Newberry another run. That'll bring up Haley Simons. Simons 1 for 1 here in game 2 as well. Pitch is low for ball 1. Newberry just seeing the ball better up at the plate than UNCP has all day. And pitch to Simons, just outside. So 2-0 is the count now, and Braves just kind of fell into a little funk on Sunday against Lander. Haven't really been able to break out of it yet. That pitch is outside, and Leviner falls behind 3-0. The pitch. Outside for ball 4. So that'll load up the bases and bring up the first baseman, Miranda Dills. Big opportunity to really break things open here for the Wolves in the top of the third. First pitch, line back up the middle. That one's going to drop in front of Mason for a base hit. 1 run will get in. 2 are going to come around. And that's 3 now in the inning for Newberry. So 2 RBI single for Miranda Dills. And Coach Bennett will head out to the mound. Braves fans, UNCP Athletics has partnered with Advanced Online to launch the official UNCP Braves Athletics online store at shopuncpbraves.com. The online store features more than 1,100 products, including t-shirts to pet supplies and everything in between. The site also has jewelry, golf gear, drinkware, and apparel from different brands, including Adidas, the official apparel sponsor for UNCP Athletics. And just into the store, UNCP Men's Basketball Conference Championship apparel. Once again, that's shopuncpbraves.com. Pinch runner out there at second base. It's Shannon McCann. You'd imagine that DP Simons would re-enter, but now the runner's on first and second. Get a little more speed out there at second base. 5-0 to score here, top of the third inning. Coach Bennett leaves Leviner out in the circle. Obviously, you want to try and get a little more out of your starter. And the first pitch. Outside for ball 1. One-0 the count. Tori Caldwell at the plate. She's single back in the second. The pitch. In there for a strike. McCann stands on second. Dills on first. Braves corners in. Tie for ball 2. That one's outside. Now ball 3. So 3-1 is the count. The 3-1 pitch. Lined out to left field for a base hit. That's going to get by Cox. 1 run will definitely come in. It looks like they're going to wave round 2. Caldwell will head to third. She slides in head first with the RBI triple. So 2 RBIs for Caldwell there. Great piece of hitting going to left field for the triple, the speedster out there. And that'll bring our score to 7-0. Haley Wilds will come to the plate, the Wolves' third baseman. And looks like Coach Bennett might be making a change here. Show come in hand. Tony Nelson, a new armband, and looks like she might make a change. We'll see here. And we will see a pitching change. So Mallory Leviner will exit. And we'll get to see number 24, Maddie Armfield, take over in the circle. We'll take a quick break here on the Braves Broadcast Network while Armfield warms up. Score is 7-0. Still in the top of the third here in Pembroke. So Maddie Armfield in the circle now for UNCP. Armfield on the season. She's pitched 11 2/3 innings. She's 1-0. She has a 2.40 ERA. She'll take over for Leviner here in the top of the third. The pitch hits Wilds. So Maddie Armfield comes out of the Braves bullpen and hits her first batter. And that'll bring up Daphne Payton. Still 1 out in the inning here. Newberry's gotten 5 across so far in the top of the third. And Daphne Payton will come up. Daphne Payton hit into a double play back in the second. Tough luck double play. Runners on the corners here for her. First pitch. Outside for a ball. Nelson will check the runner at first. She's in there safely. Braves turn to Armfield here. Taylor Strickland out with an injury. They'll go down to second. Braves will let her get there. They were going to try and catch the runner at third off guard Caldwell. And now 2 runners in scoring position for Daphne Payton. But Braves don't have Strickland available to them right now. And Maddie Armfield out of the pen. 2-0 is the count. 1 out in the inning. The pitch. On the ground is short. Gerhardt can't handle it. Johnson's going to throw home. Might have a little pickle here. Nelson's going to chase her back. And great job extending this play. And runner is out at third. So 2 outs in the inning now. Great job over there at third by Caldwell. Just extend that pickle as long as possible. Try and force the mistake. So Payton will get to second. So it will still be runners on second and third. 2 outs in the inning now. And Morgan Sweeney will come to the plate. An eventful stretch there on that pickle. Braves got the job done. Unfortunately, Daphne Payton was able to get to second. So still a second and third situation. Just 2 outs in the inning now. The first pitch is called a ball. Center fielder Sweeney 1 for 1 in here in game 2. Singled back in the third, We're still in the third. Been a long inning. The 1-1. On the ground to short. Gerhardt fields this one. She'll tag the runner for the final out of the inning. 5 runs across the board for Newberry. It's a 7-0 ball game. We'll head to the bottom of the third. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Nine, 1, and 2 due up for the Braves. Lexi Cox will lead things off, the right fielder. Hitting .297 on the season. And Lexi will look to get things going here for the Braves. 7-0 is the score. 9 hits so far for Newberry, only 2 for UNCP. That one's in there for a strike. Emily Marchbanks has struck out 3 hitters so far. Only allowed the 2 hits in the 2 innings pitched, and obviously been effective. Been impressed with both these Newberry pitchers so far. The pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. So 0-2 is the count to Lexi Cox. And the pitch. Fouled away. So we'll do it all over again. 0-2 still the count. That one's outside, so we'll have ball 1. And the 1-2. Cox gets a hold of this one out to center. And that one's off the wall. Lexi Cox will head to second, and she's in there with a double. Lexi Cox with a leadoff double here in the bottom of the third, and the Braves might be in business. Back to the top of the order now with Jamie Johnson. Jamie Johnson 0 for 1 here in game 2. Flew out and foul ground to left field back in the first inning. One of the best hit balls we've seen today for the Braves. That double by Cox. First pitch to Johnson outside for ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch. Line back up the middle for a base hit. Cox is going to get waved around. Johnson's trying for a second here. And she is safe at second. They dropped the ball. So back-to-back doubles for the Braves. And the first run here in game 2. The first run of the day for UNCP. It's 7-1. So great job by Jamie Johnson there. Just got a good piece of it right back up the middle. Randy Weatherington will come up. Weatherington will step out. Across the last 3 games, the doubleheader on Sunday and the game 1 today, the Braves only scored 1 run across the 3, and now they've got 2. And just trying to get that offense going. It was looking good all season so far, and just struggled here lately. And back-to-back doubles, that's the kind of thing I'll do. It'll give you a little spark. Pitch. That one's fouled right back. So count will move to 0-2. One, 2 is the count now. Randy Weatherington at the plate. One's called a ball, so count will even up at 2. This one's fouled away, and count's still a 2-2. Heads up over there in the third base coach's box, Coach Bennett. And the pitch. Right back up the middle again for another hit. Johnson's going to head around. And the tag was missed, so Johnson's in to score. Once again, runner will advance to second there. And great start to the inning for UNCP. Those bats finally coming alive. And it looks like we're going to have a little mound visit. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNCP Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry, as well as the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all of their support, offering the best for Braves athletes. So Randy Weatherington singles up the middle, advanced to second base on the throw. Obviously drove in the run from second base, and now 7-2 the score. Braves mounting a little offense here in the bottom of the third. And no one better to keep that going than Abby Walters. Walters flew out to center field back in the first inning. Abby Walters hitting .506 on the season. First pitch, grounded foul. Braves have 5 hits now in this game. Obviously, 32 more than they had back in game 1. 0-1 is the count. Walters at the plate. The pitch. Off speed. Walters gets a hold of this one out to center. Center fielder Sweeney will get under it for the first out of the inning. So 3 straight hits to start the inning. Walters flies out to center. Still only 1 out, and Taylor Gerhardt will step in. Taylor Gerhardt 1 for 1. Before this inning, she was one of the few Braves that was really seeing the ball well, and obviously now it's starting to rub off, and maybe she can keep things going here and cut down this deficit even more. Runner out there on second is Randy Weatherington. Weatherington 4 for 4 on steals this year. And the pitch. Called a ball. Marchbanks closing in on 50 pitches now. Remember, the Braves made a pitching change already. Mallory Leviner day is done. Maddie Armfield is in the circle for the Braves, and that pitch was low. But the Braves already made their pitching change. Armfield in. And Marchbanks has looked good so far. Obviously, not in any trouble yet, but rest of the way for the Braves, we'll see Maddie Armfield. Pitch. In there for a strike. So count will move to 2-2. That one's on the ground is short. Nice play out there by Draw. for the second out of the inning. So 2 outs now. That'll bring up Jessica Auld.
First baseman number 22, Jessica Auld.
Jessica Auld 0 for 1 here with a strikeout in game 2. Randy Weatherington still out there at second base. First pitch to Auld is a ball. So 1-0 the count. That one's in there for a strike. That runner on second, Weatherington, huge if the Braves want to cut more into this lead. That pitch to Auld is a ball. Will be huge for UNCP to at least get one more across the board here in the third. Obviously, a lot of softball still to be played here at LRA Field. Thankfully, you're tuning in on the Braves Broadcast Network. The pitch. Outside. 3-1 count. Jessica Auld at the plate here. Eden Brown on deck for UNCP. And Auld gets a hold of this one out to left field. And that one is long gone. A home run for Jessica Auld. Her third home run of the season. The Braves' first baseman cuts the lead down even more. It's 7-4, and we have a ball game here at LRA Field. Jessica Auld over the left field fence. And that's going to bring up Eden Brown. So 4 runs on the board here in the bottom of the third. That's more runs than the Braves had in the last 3 games. They only had 1 in the last 3. And Jessica Auld just ripped that one over the left field fence. Only a 3-run game now. Eden Brown at the plate, 2 outs in the inning. And the first pitch. Outside for ball 1. That pitch is in there, so count will go 1-1. Newberry won game 1 of today's doubleheader, 2-0. This game already 7-4 here in the bottom of the third. Both teams' bats really waking up. That pitch is in there for a strike. So 1-2 is the count now to Eden Brown. And the Braves fans letting the umpire hear it. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Braves get 4 across the board here in the bottom of the third. Big inning highlighted by the Auld home run. We'll head to the 4th. Braves still trail by 3. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. 7-4 is the score. Top of the 4th inning here at LRA Field. Petey Powers with you here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves got 4 across the board in the bottom of the 3rd, highlighted by that alt home run. Maddie Armfield in the circle for UNCP here. And we'll see the top of the order for Newberry. 1, 2, and 3 due up. Christina Linton to lead things off, the right fielder. She singled back in the 1st inning, flew out to center in the 3rd. First pitch is outside for ball 1. The 1-0 is outside for ball 2. Maddie Armfield 1-0 on the season. Don't get to see her pitch a ton. 2-0 pitch grounded back to second base. Nice play by Norton over there for the first out of the inning. The way softball works, obviously you can pitch a lot more often than baseball, so you're going to see the team's top starters a lot. And obviously, pitchers go deeper into games, so Maddie Armfield, the Braves' 3rd pitcher currently at the moment. This one's fouled away. Braves aren't going to be able to get to it. And you always got to be ready as that 3rd pitcher. You might pitch in both ends of a doubleheader. You might not pitch at all, but you got to stay ready. Natalie Willis at the plate, singled back in the 3rd inning, hit into a fielder's choice back in the 1st. And the 0-1. Wanted to bunt that one. It was well outside. And the count's 1-1. That pitch is inside for ball 2. This one's on the ground to second. Norton fields this one, throws over to first for the 2nd out. So 2 ground outs to second base to start the inning. Maddie Armfield's looking like she's starting to get comfortable out there in the circle. And Haley Draw will come to the plate. Haley Draw 2 for 2 here in game 2. First pitch is a strike. Haley Draw singled back in the 1st, doubled in the 3rd. And the 0-1 on the ground to 3rd. Johnson knocks it down. Be a tough play, and it'll be an infield single for Haley Draw. Haley Simons will come to the plate. She re-enters for McCann. McCann pinch ran the last time Simons was on second. Now Simons will get another chance to hit. And just a little discussion here. Make sure we got everything right with the umpire. And she will re-enter. So runner on first base now. So Simons will face Armfield. And the first pitch. Check the runner over at first. She's safe. And it'll be an 0-1 count. Tony Nelson will check the runner once again. It's a 1-1 count. And runner will take off for second. Great throw by Nelson, but the runner beats the throw. It'll be stolen base. So stolen base there for a draw. And the pitch. Off speed. Called a ball. It'll be 3-1. So 3-1 is the count and the pitch. Lined out to center field. She got all of that one. And that one's out of here. The 6th home run of the season for Haley Simons is a 2-run bomb to left center. And the score will be 9-4 now. She got all that one. And 2 more come across the board. So Miranda Dills will come up now. It's a 5-run lead now for Newberry. And Simons has 6 home runs now on the season. The pitch. In there for strike 1. 2nd home run allowed on the season from Addie Armfield. Of her 11 runs allowed on the season, only 6 of them were earned. That one's lined back up the middle for a base hit. Gets by the diving Walters, and it'll roll all the way to the wall. Dill's looking at a triple now. Going to be a close play. She's running out of gas to throw, and she's safe at 3rd. So home run from Simons, a triple from Miranda Dills. And with 2 outs, the Wolves doing a lot of damage here. Braves got 4 across the last half inning. Wolves with 2 across here in the top of the 4th. And Caldwell will come to the plate. Caldwell tripled in her last at-bat, singled back in the 2nd. Pitch. In there for a strike. Tori Caldwell, 286 hitter, but she's hitting 429 with 2 outs and 750 with runners in scoring position. The 0-1. Off speed is the ball. So count will move to 1-1. That pitch is fouled away. So count will move to 1-2 now. 1-2 count, 2 outs. Tori Caldwell at the plate. Maddie Armfield in the circle for UNCP. That one's lined over Johnson's head, but foul. So we'll do it again. Newberry up to 12 hits already in this one. The Braves have 6 hits of their own, already double what they did last game. And she hits this one back to the pitcher, Armfield. Armfield will throw over to first, and she's safe at first. So Caldwell drives in the run with an infield single. And the score will be 10-4 now. 2 outs of the inning. Haley Wilds will come to the plate. Wilds was hit by a pitch in her last at-bat last inning. 10-4 is the score now. The pitch. In there for a strike. Wilds hitting .227 on the season. 167 with runners on base. The 0-1. Runners on the move. On the ground is short. Great play by Gerhardt. She'll have to fire this one across the diamond, and it's an infield single. So Wilds reaches on the infield single. Great play by Gerhardt to backhand that one and try and get it across the diamond as fast as possible, but not much you can do on that one. That'll bring up Daphne Payton, the catcher. Runners on first and second for Payton. Pitch. Rounded to short. Gerhardt. And that's the final out of the inning. 3 across the board from Newberry here in the top of the 4th. 10-4 is the score. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Braves fans, ever wonder why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous varieties of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Pitching change for Newberry. It's Chelsea Cunningham who will come into this one for Marchbanks. Cunningham on the season, 1 2/3 innings pitched. 5 runs, all of them are earned. Has an ERA at 21.00, so obviously allowing that many runs in such a short span of time, that ERA is going to be high. Also a change behind the plate. Marion will come in for Payton. So Cunningham in the circle, Tony Nelson at the plate for UNCP. Nelson singled back in the second. The pitch. Outside. Cunningham's pitch. Skips that one. So count will move to 2-0. Tony Nelson hitting .333 on the season. Normally hasn't been, she's been serving as the flex player. She's been catching, but she hasn't been hitting. And obviously she can hit the ball, but Coach Bennett's made some other choices, and that one's inside to Nelson. So count will move to 3-1. Coach Bennett loves what Tony brings to the team. Even if she's not hitting, she does a great job behind the plate and is great in that dugout as a team leader. The 3-0 pitch. 4 straight balls for Cunningham. So she'll walk Tony Nelson. Was a little surprised to see Marchbanks leave this game as early as she did. She pitched 3 innings. 6 hits, 4 runs allowed. She'd thrown 62 pitches. Gave up the 1 home run. Other than that, she pitched fairly solid. And as far as things go for the Braves, Caitlin Norton will come up. Norton grounded out to second back in the 2nd inning. And she'll dig in here against Cunningham. Pitch. Another ball. So 5 straight balls so far. Braves dugout really getting into it now. Want to give their team a spark, cheer them on. The pitch. Also a ball, so 6 straight balls here. Cunningham still trying to find the zone. She walked 6, or actually she walked 5 in her last outing. That one's in there for a strike, so she finds the zone. So in her last, over the course of the season so far, she had 1 2/3 innings pitched. She gave up 5 runs. All of them were in, and she had walked 5. So she really has had a tough start to the season, but trying to get things going here against UNCP. The pitch. Lined out to left field. That's going to be a base hit for Norton. Nelson will get to second. It gets by the left fielder. Nelson isn't going to be able to advance. So it does not come back to bite Newberry. And that'll bring up Lexi Cox. Braves left fielder doubled back in the third inning. So 2 runners on base now. Lexi Cox at the plate. That one's in there for strike 1. Tony Nelson at second. She's 1 for 1 on stolen bases. Obviously, with no outs in the inning, you wouldn't expect her to take third. Caitlin Norton on first. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss from Cox. And count will move to 0-2. So 0-2 count to Lexi Cox. 2 runners on base, no outs in the inning. Top of the order due up next, Jamie Johnson. And the 0-2 pitch. On the ground at first. First baseman will step on the bag. That'll be all she can do. So Lexi Cox moves the runners over. That's her job there. And that'll bring up Jamie Johnson. The Braves leadoff hitters 1 for 2 in this one. .372 batting average. So Cunningham gets her first out of the inning. That one's lined out to center field. It's actually going to get blown down. The second baseman will get under it for the second out of the inning. Thought that one was going to carry a little more, but blown down, and the second baseman brings it in. That'll bring up Rendy Weatherington. So 2 outs now. Huge opportunity for the Braves with 2 runners in scoring position. Now 2 outs in the inning. So 1-0 is the count. Rendy Weatherington at the plate. 2 big runs out there on second and third. The 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike. Braves fans aren't too happy with the call. And the 1-1. In there for a strike. So count will move to 1-2. 2 outs. Rendy Weatherington just has to try and choke up and put the ball in play now and see what happens. And the pitch. Outside. So count will go even at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runners on base. And the pitch in the dirt, so count will go full. (10-4) the score. Braves trying to cut into that lead. And the payoff pitch. On the ground, foul, so she'll do it again. Rendy Weatherington, the Braves right fielder, hitting .400 with 2 outs so far this year. Tough player to strike out. She's only struck out 4 times this year. And the 3-2. In there for strike 3. The Braves fans can't believe it. Rendy Weatherington leaves 2 runners on base. And we'll head to the top of the 5th. Braves trail 10-4. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Center fielder Morgan Sweeney will lead things off for the Wolves here in the top of the 5th. 10-4 is the score. Maddie Armfield still in the circle for the Braves. At this point for UNCP, just want to try and get quick outs if you can. 6-run deficit, not too big of a lead, but obviously you don't want that to balloon out to, say, 8. Maybe see that run rule in play. First pitch. In there for strike 1. Sweeney singled back in the 3rd inning. She also hit into a fielder's choice back in the 3rd. Ground ball to short. 0-1. Right back at the pitcher. Nice job by Armfield to field that one and throw over to first for the first out. So 1 out, back to the top of the order. It'll be Christina Linton. First pitch in there for a strike from Armfield. And the 0-1. Grounded foul. So count will move to 0-2. Armfield working quick here. Linton singled back in the 1st inning. Hasn't been able to reach since. She had a good game 1, was real effective at the plate. A lot more hitting here in game 2. Second baseman Norton will get under this one for the 2nd out of the inning. So 2 gone here for Newberry. And that'll bring up Natalie Willis. Natalie Willis 1 for 3 here in game 2 and hitting .418 on the season. One thing both teams have excelled at here in game 2 has been hitting with runners in scoring position. Newberry 7 for 12. The Braves 3 for 9. Both teams doing a better job here in game 2 than they did back in game 1. 1-0 is the count and the pitch. That one's in there for a strike, so count will move to 1-1. Willis tried to get the bunt down there. She couldn't. It'll be strike 2, so count's 1-2 now, and Maddie Armfield trying to get through this Wolves part of the order, 1-2-3. And the 1-2. Not finding the zone there. Count will move to 2-2. And the pitch. Right back up the middle for a base hit. Great piece of hitting there for Natalie Willis. And it'll be a 2-out single. Haley Draw has been great at the plate so far today. She's 3 for 3. Only person that can match her is Tori Caldwell. She's also 3 for 3. The Wolves shortstop has been dynamite up there. She's singled, doubled, and singled. The first pitch. Ball 1. And the 1-0. Also a ball. Runners off for second. Didn't get a great jump, but Tony Nelson's throw not there, and she'll take second base. So that's her 9th stolen base of the year, Natalie Willis. She's only been caught once. She's been an aggressive base stealer this season. And count is 2-0 now. And with 2 outs in the inning, Maddie Armfield is trying to work her way out of the inning. With no runs across the board. Ground ball to short. Gerhardt bobbles this one. Throw across the first. She's safe. So it'll be runners on the corner. An error for Taylor Gerhardt. that will bring up Haley Simons. Simons homered in her last at-bat. It's a drive to deep left center. She'll step in now. Braves look over to Coach Bennett in the dugout. They get the sign for what they want to do. Just in case the runner on first does take off for second, how do you want to handle this situation? And with Haley Simons at the plate, you really just want to focus on the hitter. You want to get too riled up over the base runners. Haley Simons is such a dangerous hitter. The pitch, outside. Runner doesn't go. So, going to be interesting to see here what Newberry decides to do. Obviously, for Maddie Armfield, she can't worry too much about those runners. She's already given up a home run to Simons, and can't blame her for that, because Haley Simons has been mashing the ball all season. The 1-0 pitch. Runner's on the go. Johnson squeezes this one, throws over to first for the final out of the inning. So no runs across for Newberry there. Maddie Armfield works out of trouble. And the score still sits at 10-4, heading to the bottom of the fifth. You're watching UNCP Softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Bottom of the fifth inning, 3, 4, and 5 due up for UNCP. Abby Walters will lead it off. She's 0 for 2 so far in this one. Still hitting .500 on the season, even with these recent struggles. Abby Walters has been that hot in the early season. Trying to pick up a base hit here. Maybe lead things off and start a little rally for UNCP. First pitch is low for ball one. Cunningham came in last inning, struck out one, walked one, only allowed one hit. Hasn't pitched a lot this season for Newberry and trying to lower that ERA after a tough start. Walters has flown out to center field in both of her at-bats so far in this one. And the 1-0 pitch. In there for a strike. So 1-1 is the count to Walters. That one's inside for ball two. And apparently that one hit Abby Walters, so she'll head to first base. Umpires might have a little conversation here. Talking to Abby Walters over at first, and not sure what the deal is here. I didn't think it hit her initially, but now they're going to send Walters back to hit. So, interesting umpiring decision here. Abby Walters thought it hit her. The talk was whether or not she still went around, because if you still swing, even if you get hit, it's a strike. But now, umpires reversed their initial decision, and now Coach Bennett talking with the umpire. And so 2 balls, 1 strike is the count. Abby Walters still got a chance here to do some damage. Obviously, she's going to stand in here. This one's lined out to right field. At this point, want to try and make them pay. Obviously, Abby Walters hasn't been seeing the ball well so far in this one, but that's the kind of play that could come back to bite Newberry if maybe Abby Walters can put a charge into one here. 2-2 is the count to Walters. Cunningham still in the circle. The pitch. Inside. Actually, yep, that will be strike 3. Really thought that was inside, but they'll strike out Abby Walters. And that will bring up Taylor Gerhardt. So tough break for UNCP there. Walters strikes out looking. And Gerhardt will come up. First pitch was a ball to Gerhardt. Braves fans can't believe that one. First sending Walters back to the plate to hit was one thing, and then the inside pitch called strike 3 is another. This one's lined out to center field. Center fielder Sweeney gets under for the second out of the inning. And Cunningham trying to go 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the 5th. Jessica Auld will come up. Auld is 1 for 2 in this one. She homered earlier, back in the 3rd inning, and struck out in the 2nd. That one's called a ball. Jessica Auld has 3 home runs on the season so far. She's also driven in 14 runs. Her and Eden Brown platoon over there at first base. Today, both of them in the lineup. Auld at first, Brown as the DP. The 1-0. In there for a strike. So count will move to 1-1. That one's low. It'll be 2-1. Jessica Auld fouls this one off, so count will move to 2-2. Looking at the next inning, 5, 6, and 7 due up for Newberry. 2 of the hottest hitters in this lineup in today's doubleheader, Miranda Dills and Tori Caldwell, will lead things off for them. 2-2 count, pitch to Auld. Fouled away again. So the Braves first baseman going to make Cunningham work here, going to make her throw a few pitches to her. And that one is in there for strike 3. 1-2-3 inning for Newberry. 10-4 the score. We'll head to the 6th inning. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Top of the 6th inning, Braves trail by 6. Miranda Dills will lead things off for Newberry. Then we'll see Tori Caldwell. Dills 2 for 2 in this one. Caldwell 3 for 3. Dills tripled in her last at bat. Singled back in the 3rd. And the first pitch to Dills is called a ball. Dills fouls this one away. Maddie Armfield's done an all right job here out of the Braves bullpen. She's allowed 3. The home run was the main damage, and other than that, she's been pretty clean. Pitch is called a strike, so count will move to 1-2. And the pitch. That one's low for ball 2, so count will go even. Two count. Dills at the plate, Armfield in the circle. Off-speed pitch called the ball, so 3-2 will be the count. Armfield closing in on 50 pitches. You'd expect her to finish this one out regardless of what happens, considering Walters pitched earlier today. This one grounded right back to Armfield for the first out of the inning. Walters pitched earlier today, threw over 120. Leviner exited this one pretty early, and this has got to be Armfield's game the rest of the way. Caldwell will come up. She's been perfect at the plate here in game 2, 3 for 3. Tried to get the bunt down, can't. Will be 0-1. Singled back in the second, tripled back in the third, singled back in the fourth. She also has 3 RBIs. Got that batting average up to 318 now. The pitch. Braves fans don't know where that one missed. 1-1 is the count. This one's going to drop in for a base hit. 4 for 4 now for Tori Caldwell. I'll bring up Haley Wilds. Haley Wilds singled back in her last at-bat in the 4th. She's hitting .244 on the season. The speedy Caldwell on first. The pitch. Caldwell looked like she might have been heading to second, but she holds up there. 1-0 is the count. Haley Wilds in 45 at-bats. She has 11 hits, 4 RBIs, no extra base hits, and 6 strikeouts. The 1-0. Good pitch on the outside corner. Runner's off for second. That one's right back at Armfield. She'll throw over to first for the second out of the inning. So runner will get to second on the fielder's choice. Or correction, sorry, she'll ground out. No fielder's choice there. Runner will just get to second. So Rachel Marion will come up with 2 outs now. First pitch is inside. Good job back there by Tony Nelson to get 1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 7th. 6, 7, 8, 2 up for the Braves. Brown, Nelson, and Norton. That one's fouled away. So count will be 1-1, 2 outs. Rachel Marion at the plate. Marion, the Wolves catcher, hitting .321 on the season. The pitch. On the ground is short. And runner will be out due to the interference. Gerhardt couldn't field that one. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Braves trying to mount a little rally here late in this one. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 6th inning, 10-4 is the score. Newberry still on top. It looks like we had a defensive change for Newberry, and we're also going to see a pinch hitter for the Braves. It looks like Alex Watkins will pinch hit. So Mallory Jurt will pinch, or excuse me, Mallory Jurt will take over on the left. Alex Watkins will pinch hit for UNCP. So Watkins pinch hitting for Eden Brown. Watkins hitting .455 on the season. Try and get the Braves going here late in this one. Umpire still having some discussions here, trying to figure out some of these other changes. It was a change for the left fielder. Caldwell exits, and Watkins pinch hits. Home plate umpire Tommy Luce figures it all out, and we'll get things going here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch in there for strike 1. Cunningham came into this one with an ERA of 21. She's got that ERA down to 9.55 now, and with every out, it just keeps going down. The 0-1. Count will be 1-1 now. Alex Watkins trying to lead things off here for the Braves. Just get on base any way she can. And the pitch. Watkins just a little too far ahead of that one. She got a piece of that, but that one's foul. Just a long out, or excuse me, a long strike. And count will move to 1-2. So 1-2 count. Alex Watkins at the plate. Chelsea Cunningham in the circle. 1-2 pitch. On the ground to third. Wilds fields this one, throws across the diamond for the first out of the inning. So Watkins grounds out to third, and that'll bring up Tony Nelson. Braves have gotten some production out of the bottom of the order here in game 2. Nelson's 1 for 1. 8-hitter Caitlin Norton's 1 for 2, and number 9-hitter Lexi Cox also 1 for 2. But Tony Nelson will get a shot here first. First pitch. It is a ball. Nelson walked in the 4th, singled in the 2nd. Count will move to 2-0. That pitch also a ball, so count moved to 3-0 now. The count now. Braves fans can't believe that one was called a strike. And that one is a ball. So Tony Nelson draws the walk. And that will bring up the second baseman, Norton. Braves second baseman hitting .385 on the season. First pitch to her is up and away. Norton singled in her last at-bat in the 4th. Grounded out to second all the way back in the 2nd inning. That one's on the ground to third. Wilds over to second for the lead runner. So Norton hits into a fielder's choice. It'll be 2 outs in the inning now. That'll bring up Lexi Cox. Lexi's 1 for 2 in this one. First pitch is fouled away. Bottom of the 6th inning here. Look ahead to the top of the 7th. 9-1-2 due up for the Wolves. And the pitch. Norton's off for second. No throw down. So Caitlin Norton will take second base. And Braves will take a runner in scoring position whenever they can. Caitlin Norton had 7 stolen bases coming into game 2. Now she's got 8. She's only been caught twice. Pitch is in there for a strike, so count will move to 1-2. One-two pitch. Is a ball. They're going to check Norton at second. Risky throw out there, but throw got her back there quick. And count will be even now at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second base for the Braves. 10-4 is the score here in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch. Line to right, foul, and we'll do this one all over again. Looking at the hit column, Braves have 7 hits in this one. Problem is Newberry has 16. Grounded right back to the pitcher. Off her glove. Second baseman Wills will get there. Throw over to first for the final out of the inning. We'll head to the top of the 7th. 10-4 the score. UNCP trails. You're watching Braves softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Maddie Armfield still in the circle for UNCP. We'll see 9-1-2. Morgan Sweeney will lead things off. She's 1 for 3 in this one. Number 9 hitter Sweeney kind of serving as that second leadoff hitter, trying to get on base for the top of this order. Obviously, the middle of the Actually, it looks like we might see a pinch hitter here. It's going to be Maggie Herrera. So Sweeney did a good job in that 9 hole, serving as that second leadoff hitter. But we're going to see Maggie Herrera now. And Herrera on the season only has 5 at-bats, no hits yet. She's a freshman searching for her first career collegiate hit. That pitch was in there for a strike. Herrera has scored 3 runs on the season. And the 0-1 on the ground, back up the middle. That's her first career collegiate hit. Nice piece of hitting there from Maggie Herrera for a base hit here in the top of the 7th. So back to Christina Linton. She's 1 for 4 here in game 2. That one's fouled away, turned toward the third base coach's box. And regardless of what happens this inning, Braves will still get that opportunity to try and tie this one up in the bottom of the inning. Obviously, at this point, you just want to keep the score where it's at. 6-run deficit, not too big for this Braves offense, even though they've been struggling at the plate. Never know what will wake them up, and hopefully we might see a thriller here in the bottom of the 7th. But Matty Armfield's still going to have to get through the top of the 7th and the top of this order. That pitch is in there for a strike, so count will move to 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Outside, good stop by Tony Nelson. And count will move to 1-2. Rare on first. Hasn't attempted a stolen base yet this year. She scored 3 runs, no stolen base attempts. And at the top of this order coming up, wouldn't be surprised if she maybe took off on a hit and run. The 1-2 pitch. This one's grounded back to the pitcher. Going to be a tough play, and Armfield makes it. So Linton grounds out. Runner gets the second, so she got the job done moving her over. And now, with 1 out in the inning, Newberry's second baseman, Natalie Willis, will come up. She's 2 for 4. Singled in the 3rd, singled in the 5th. First pitch outside. Closing in on 2 hours in this one. Game 1 was a quick one. Game 2, a few more hits. So count will be 2-0. And the pitch. On the ground is second. Nice job by Norton out there at second for the second out of the inning. Runner will get to third. That's another big insurance run over there if they can get that in. That'll bring up the 3-hitter draw.
Number 7, Haley Draw.
Runner on third for Haley Draw. Braves need to get out of this one. Only down 6. And the pitch. Outside for ball 1. The 1-0. Grounded foul. Maddie Armfield up to 70 pitches now out of the Braves bullpen. She's done a nice job keeping this game close. Obviously, Mallory Leviner got the start here in Game 2. Didn't last too long, and it's been Armfield ever since. The 1-1. On the ground is short. High bounce, good job by Gerhardt, and she'll get the final out of the inning. Bottom of the 7th inning, 10-4 the score. Braves looking to come back. You're watching UNCP softball right here on the Braves Broadcast Network. Bottom of the 7th inning, Jamie Johnson will lead things off for UNCP. First pitch to her is outside. Johnson gets a hold of this one out to center field. Not enough. And the center fielder Sweeney will get under it for the first out here. Randy Weatherington will come up. 2 outs left to go for the Braves. Just trying to rally here late in this one. And obviously going to take some time here. Cunningham still in the circle for the Wolves. First pitch to her is the ball. So Randy Weatherington at the plate. Cunningham in the circle. Weatherington singled back in the 3rd. She's 1 for 3 in this one. Hitting .367 on the season. The 1-0 pitch. Fouls this one away, so it'll be 1-1. Weatherington serving as the Braves right fielder here in Game 2. Haley Epperson got the start in right in Game 1. Weatherington out there here in Game 2. And the 1-1 pitch. Outside for ball 2. That one's on the ground to 3rd. Nice play over there by Wild, and 2 outs in the inning. Braves down to their final out. Braves fans look ahead to this weekend. Braves will be in Augusta. That schedule could change a little bit depending on the weather, so keep an eye on that on UNCPBraves.com. Still 1 out to go here, though, in Pembroke at LRA Field. And it's going to be a tough one. It's Abby Walters to the plate. First pitch. Just outside for ball 1. Walters hits this one on the ground a second. Willis will get there, and that's the ball game. So Newberry wins Game 2 here 10-4. They sweep today's doubleheader. And one thing for the Braves, more hits this game. Batters did a better job up there, but the Braves still fall. So 10-4 the final score. Newberry sweeps UNCP in today's doubleheader. Thank you for tuning in on the Braves Broadcast Network. It's been a pleasure bringing it to you here. Petey Powers on the call. Have a good night.